Alrighty. Make sure we're on the right channel here. Chat. So here we go. I'm probably gonna let them introduce themselves, but here is, in my opinion, one of Australia's best MTG judges, and we'll throw it right over to Damien. Take it away.
Well, thanks. That's quite the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name's Damien Berry. I'm a Magic Judge in Australia. Just for a little bit of history, I've been doing this since 2018. So a little over 8 years now. I've judged a handful of the regional championships that we've had here in Australia, and I will also be working at the upcoming Hobbit Spotlight event that we're having in Brisbane.
Very nice. And that, for context again, because not all my viewers are Australian, this Brisbane Spotlight event is probably going to be Australia's biggest Magic event, right?
Yes, we've had a few large regional championships and sort of other events like our 7 Point Highlander events tend to be pretty big as well. But Spotlight is by far and away going to be the biggest thing that we've had since likely Magic Fest Brisbane at the end of 2019.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's a big one.
Sure is.
Alrighty. And I'm not sure what you've got prepared on your side, so just cut me off if I'm going to already ask questions. In
Yeah, no
terms
problem.
of your exact role, so you're a what level judge?
Currently level 2. I will actually be sitting an exam or 2 exams at Spotlight, and if all goes well, I will be level 3 by the end of the weekend, out
Ooh,
of 5.
wow, wow, awesome. Well, I'm sure that will all go really well for you. All right. Enough introductions. I think we've got the perspective. Do you wanna? I'll let you take it away and do your thing.
Cool. So the point that sort of I have coming into today is hopefully to give both yourself and anyone out there who's like an aspiring competitive player, or possibly even like some of the more experienced people who maybe just haven't thought of some of these things, uh, some sort of advice and pointers on how to just have like a slightly more successful tournament, a bit of a smoother time. Um, oh, hang on one moment. The dog's asking for some attention. And a lot of this is going to be coming from my perspective as someone who has run these competitive tournaments for a couple of years now. Because the judge perspective coming into a competitive tournament is obviously very different to what you're going to have as a player. The other sort of points, obviously any opinions expressed during this are my own. They are not necessarily going to be shared by the wider judge community. They are not necessarily going to be shared by Wizards of the Coast or tournament organizers, anything like that. And the last thing is everything that I'm going to be talking about today, I'm not going to be divulging any crazy judge secrets or anything, but if you do want to read more on any of these topics, the Magic Tournament Rules and the Infraction Procedure Guidelines, which is one of the policy documents that we use for competitive Magic events, those are all freely available online. Anyone can download them and read through them. In the case of the Magic Tournament Rules, I actually highly recommend looking through Section 4, which talks about communicating in games of Magic, and specifically like your responsibilities as a player regarding communication.
That's a big one. Yeah.
So as far as like content and framework, so I've roughly broken it down into like 3 different stages. So starting with like your pre-event preparation, making sure that you've got everything you need ready for the weekend. moving on to gameplay tips, so like things you can do within a game or a match of Magic to just like have a slightly better time. And then lastly is just sort of interacting with judges in general. It's not something that everyone gets to do. Like a lot of stores, especially here in Australia, don't necessarily have judges for a lot of their events. They might have one in for a qualifier or maybe like a store championships, but beyond that, there's not really a lot of call for them, at least in this area. Other countries might do things a bit differently. And so like one of the things that I find really important is getting players comfortable interacting with judges and not feeling like the judges are going to be like out to get them or anything like that. And then we'll have some open question time at the end if we have some time.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions that people have asked on a community post that I put up, and then if chat
Excellent.
has any questions, chuck them in the chat, and I'll read them out later on.
Excellent. Alrighty. Let's. In that case, I guess we'll get stuck into things. So the pre-event stuff is like pretty quick. The first thing that I want to mention is make sure that you are like ready for a long day of playing Magic. Playing Magic, especially at a high level, is really exhausting. You use a lot of brain power for 8-9 hours solid. So make sure that you have like had a good breakfast and that you're eating throughout the day. Make sure that you had a good rest the night before. Make sure you stay hydrated throughout the day. Take breaks when you need to. Like once you finish your match, maybe you want to go and like spectate some games, but it might just be better to go and like sit with your friends and have a chat about how other people's day is going and something funny that happened to you in the previous match. Just something to like break your focus up a little bit so that you get a little bit of a refresh before the next time you need to play Magic in maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, depending on how the games go and things.
So for the Spotlight event, it's a 2-day event. Day 1 is 9 rounds, is it?
I believe it'll be 9 rounds. It could be 8. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but that's still comfortably 8 or 9 hours of Magic at least.
Yeah. And then in terms of making it to day 2, is it X and 3 makes day 2?
I truly don't know. We try to avoid sort of answering questions like that, especially at tournaments, just because if I don't want to do the maths wrong, and then suddenly you're like, well, hang on, you said X and 3 is
yeah, I'll be coming straight to you.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
But yeah, like imagine playing 9 hours of like really solid competitive Magic, and then just like how goopy your brain is going to feel after that if you haven't been looking after yourself.
Yeah, it's a long day.
It is. The last thing is make sure that your deck is ready. So before any major competitive events, my recommendations are to re-sleeve your entire deck in a fresh pack of sleeves, and always use sleeves from the same pack. Don't mix and match, even if it's the same brand, even if you got them like from the same carton from your local store. Always use one pack of cards, because even between packs in the same print run, there can be discrepancies between the sleeves. Sometimes they're like, sometimes there might not be, but sometimes there are, and they can actually like cause you problems later in the day because some of your sleeves are slightly different to the rest of your deck.
And I think especially on the sides of the sleeves, I think I've noticed whenever I've like had a commander deck and I've had to like just find a spare sleeve of the same color, like you can tell which is the different sleeve just by looking at the side of the deck.
Yes. Yeah, I've definitely encountered problems where people were using like the same brand of sleeves, but they were from a different print run, and so some of them were a slightly different shade to the others. I've seen sleeves where the same kind of sleeve has been cut to slightly different lengths, like even 0.5 millimeter. it can be noticeable. So like really make sure that you've done everything that you can to like avoid problems like that. Even like before you sleeve your cards, shuffle the sleeves and shuffle your deck and then sleeve them all like that, because at least that way, if you're sleeving in say alphabetical order, or if you've sorted your deck into like all the land, all the spells, all the creatures, and then you sleeve that way, if there are problems, like you might be more likely to get all of the problem sleeves on all of your lands versus just kind of randomly throughout all the cards. So like it's a pretty minor thing, sure, but at the end of the day, like you really want to give yourself the best chances of just not encountering any kind of problems throughout the day.
So one thing I wanted to check as well, I wanted to see if this was an issue. Let's say my deck is primarily non-foils, but there's like maybe 5 foils in the deck. They're not Pringled, but I double sleeve the foil cards. Do you advise, like, is that fine, or do you advise if I'm going to double sleeve some cards, I should be double sleeving all of the cards?
You absolutely need to double sleeve the whole deck. So the double sleeves, for those who don't know, it usually involves a like small inner sleeve that sits tightly around the card and then sits inside the regular size card sleeve. The difference between a single sleeve card and a double sleeve card is quite noticeable, especially when people are like a lot of us judges do have like practiced looking for things like that. So if you have a deck where only a handful of your cards have 2 sleeves on them, they will absolutely stand out as if they were like they may as well be in a different color sleeve. So in one of the MTR sections where it goes into sleeving, all cards need to be sleeved identically, which from a tournament perspective, that's the purpose of the sleeves. It's that all the cards look identical from any angle except the front, which means, excuse me, we want all the cards to be identical, which is why we use sleeves from a tournament perspective. So if you want to double sleeve some, double sleeve all.
Got it. Good advice.
Oh, the other thing that I had for this is if you are planning on like buying cards at an event or like maybe trading, anything like that, don't keep any extra cards in the same box as your deck that you're playing that day. Like bring an empty deck box and like put all of your, trades, purchases, promos, all of that, like put all of those in just a different box. Because if you sit down to play a game of Magic and you've got your deck box and you shuffle up your deck and all that, if your sideboard is in the box and there's like other cards that could be played within the deck, they don't even need to be good in the deck. Just like, could you play those cards at all conceivably? Then that's also a problem. Like, is it likely that you want to put like Lava Axe in your competitive Magic deck? Probably not, but could you? Yeah, you could. So only put your deck, your sideboard, whatever tokens, and like if your sideboard notes can fit, they're fine to have in there as long as they're a reasonable size, usually like a page or two. But anything more than that, just put it in another box.
Yeah, that's a good habit to get out of, because I usually do that with my commander decks. I'll have my commander deck and then just random extra cards
Mhm.
that could go in the deck. But yeah, for my competitive deck, it's usually just obviously deck, sideboard,
Yeah.
and tokens.
Yeah. Uh, anything on sort of pre-event? It's not the biggest topic, and like these aren't like these aren't things that are going to be like game changing for your tournament, but
Yeah, I still think I agree with the mental state is probably the most important. Exactly like you said, make sure you're well rested, well hydrated. You're about to play, the most amount of Magic you've probably ever played in your life. So Yeah, that's why I've told my friends that I'm flying and staying with. I
Mhm.
said I am flying in on Thursday. There is no negotiating. I'm getting there the day before, so on
Yep.
Friday I can just chill out or
Mhm.
do my final bits and bobs, and then ready for the tournament on Saturday.
Yep. Yeah, as far as like the staff side of things, we often as far as the judge team goes, we often will all get together every morning to have breakfast together. In part, like it's obviously good team building, but it's also a way to make sure that we've all actually had breakfast.
Yep, most important meal of the day.
Yeah, cool.
All right, awesome.
Alrighty.
That's pre-event.
So, gameplay tips. So, like, once you've sat down to start playing Magic, like, what are some things that you can do to make your time a little bit better? Obviously, your tournament is going to be more successful if you're just playing better Magic. That's not really what I'm here to talk about. That's why you had like Itai on a few weeks ago, and why you need to like practice with your deck. But there's other ways that you can just slightly improve your sort of odds throughout the day. So one thing that comes up a lot, like a lot of mistakes that come up in competitive Magic come from some kind of miscommunication. So that could be things like not tracking life totals correctly. It could be just having like a board state that's kind of confusing. It could be maybe someone doesn't know what a card does and like they haven't read it properly and they think it does something wrong and they just kind of go on that assumption as opposed to just like asking and double checking. So uh, as far as in-game communication, again, like Section 4 of the Magic Tournament rules goes into that a lot. I think it's 4.1 is the specific subsection that sort of breaks everything down. But excuse me. One of the most important parts is you do have some responsibility regarding what information you have to communicate and what information you are not required to communicate. So uh, I'm not going to get too in the weeds for it because it can be a pretty like lengthy topic, and I don't want to just spend the whole morning talking about this. But uh, so information in a game of Magic is broken up into 4 categories. So there's status information, which is like player life totals, counters that are on players like poison or experience. It covers things like the city's blessing or the new storied mechanic, I think, from the Hobbit set. So any of those like designations that happen to a player, those are all classed as status information. Status information has to be communicated and represented physically anytime it changes. So if your life total changes, that needs to be recorded somehow and it needs to be announced. Floating mana is another one. So anytime your like floating mana changes, you need to announce that. So like if you make more mana than you need to cast a spell, you need to announce what mana you have still left over.
Just on that one, and again, it's one I already know the answer to, but for the viewers at home, tracking life, are dice allowed?
At competitive events, dice are not allowed. So the reasoning behind that is that it's too easy for dice to be accidentally like bumped or changed or like altered accidentally. So the best method is always pen and paper. You can use something like the companion app to track life totals as long as it's still visible to both players. Pen and paper doesn't need to be, or if you have one of those like electronic whiteboard, like sort of etch a sketch kind of things, those are also perfectly fine. But I always suggest pen and paper. It's what I use really everywhere, even at like pre-release. I just have a life pad that's dedicated for that.
Yeah, good habit to get into.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, So that's status information. We then have hidden no, it's not hidden, private information. So private information is like the cards that are in, like the specific cards that are in your hand, the cards that are in your library, like things that only you can sort of know or have access to. There's derived information, which can take some amount of skill to determine. Derived information is things like the size of a particular creature. So like, let's say your like monetary swift spear is in combat. The size of it is derived information. You are not required to tell your opponent derived information, but if you do, you cannot lie about it or misrepresent it. So if they ask how big, a classic one is like, how big is a Tarmogoyf? You don't have to tell your opponent, but if you do and you say the wrong number, then that's bad for you. Like you've now committed a crime, basically.
Yeah.
And then the last one is free information. So free information is like the name of any object. It's the number of objects in any zone. So like the number of cards you have in hand or in your library are free information. That's allowed to be known by any player, and everyone is entitled to that information without any, without any contamination or misrepresentation or like pushback. So like if you basically, like, you can't refuse to tell your opponent how many cards you have in your hand.
Yeah,
So
it
like,
makes sense.
yeah, if they ask, like, you have to tell them I have 4 cards, but because the contents of your hand is private information, you can say, I have 4 cards and they're all really good, even if they're not. Like that's totally fine. You can tell your opponent they're all counter spells.
Yeah. Pro
In
tip:
your
if
mono
anyone
green,
asks, your hand is always good all the time.
always. So as far as common mistakes, one of the most common is people who have not reset their deck at the start of a game, and you like draw a sideboard card, or you have cards missing because you left them in your sideboard from the previous game. So the easiest way to get around this, it's a very easy trick. All you do is when you sit down and you take your deck out of your deck box, grab your sideboard, check your sideboard and make sure that all 15 cards are there. And then if they are, put your sideboard back in the deck box and shuffle your deck and play. If you just do that at the start of every round, you won't encounter problems where you erroneously draw a sideboard card in game 1.
Yeah. So and obviously that's checking the contents of the sideboard as well, because you can obviously accidentally have your, from the previous game 3, you might have not de-sideboarded.
Yeah.
So just, I guess, quickly on that. So let's say, it's round 2, game 1. I draw my opening 7 and I spot a sideboard card. What do?
So if you ever encounter something in a game, like if you've ever, like if you draw a sideboard card, if you've like gone to scry too many cards, like gone to scry and you've picked up too many cards, if you're like shuffling and cards fall out of your deck, like if anything like that happens, just call a judge immediately, explain what happens to them, and they will fix it however is prescribed per the IPG, the Infraction Procedure Guideline. So we'll dive into that a little bit later, but basically all the possible like infractions, all the possible things that you could do wrong in the context of like a game or a match or a tournament are laid out in the IPG. All of those have a prescribed fix for what the problem is. So like in the case of drawing a sideboard card by accident, the process is we start by figuring out what cards are in the wrong place. So like maybe it's just that one extra card is in your deck and it's supposed to be in your sideboard, and that's the only thing that's wrong. So in that case, we take the sideboard card out. We will get you to draw a new card to replace it from the rest of your library, and we tell you off a little bit, and then you just keep playing Magic. If you do something like draw a sideboard card and go and think, oh, this is my sideboard card, but I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not going to say anything. It's a very different problem, and it means that nobody's going to have a good day after that. There's going to be paperwork involved. There's going to be difficult conversations. Just don't do it. Honestly, if anything happens, just call a judge. Like our primary purpose is that we're there to help everyone have a fun and fair tournament. You're going to have a much more fun and fair tournament if you just call us over for anything that happens.
Yeah, good advice.
Other common mistakes. It's one that comes up a lot. It's always on Reddit. It's on Twitter. It's on Twitch, in the Twitch chat for live streamed events. It's handling triggered abilities. So in a perfect world, all triggers would be remembered all the time, 100%, and games of Magic would play out exactly as they do on Arena or on Magic Online. Unfortunately, we don't live in a digital construct where all players remember all of their triggers all of the time. That's kind of just how humans are, unfortunately. So you're allowed to give yourself some kind of reminder for triggers. A common one is if you have an upkeep trigger, put a die or a glass bead or something, put something on top of your library. And that way, when you untap and go to draw a card, you're like, oh, why is there a die on top of my library? I can't draw a card. And then you remember, oh, because I have this upkeep trigger. And so instead of blowing past your upkeep and missing the trigger, you'll now have a reminder for that so that you won't forget. That's a thing that you're allowed to do. And I recommend it, especially if you're in a very complex game and there's a lot of moving parts. If you do miss a trigger, call a judge when you realize it. You're not allowed to intentionally miss your own triggers. Literally one of the categories for cheating in a game of Magic is you intentionally miss your own triggers. So that's again, if you realize, call a judge over. We'll do our best to fix it. As far as your opponent's triggers, you don't have any responsibility to remind them if they miss a trigger.
So I suppose just a really quick example here, Chalice checking.
Mm-hmm.
So for those in chat, Chalice of the Void artifact has a number of counters on it. If any player casts a spell with mana value equal to the number of counters on it, it gets countered. That's a triggered ability. It needs to be remembered. So if my opponent has Chalice on 2 and I cast my 2-drop, all my 2-drops, a counter spell, I cast counter spell. Do I again? So I don't have to tell my opponent here.
Right. So chalice checking is something that can ruffle a lot of feathers sometimes. So the short answer is chalice checking is perfectly fine and legal to do. It might upset some people, and that's perfectly valid. There are some people will see it as sneaky or underhanded and things. The sort of reasoning behind it. So as far as you as far as your role in this situation, a common one is a chalice on 1 with a lightning bolt, right? So if I cast my lightning bolt and you have a chalice on 1, the game actions that I have taken is casting a lightning bolt. That's still a perfectly legal game action. And then it's up to you to remember that you have a trigger for your Chalice of the Void. If you forget that, I don't have any obligation to remind you of that trigger. But if I want to, I can do that. Like if I, for whatever reason, wanted to remind you, hey, you have a Chalice of the Void, like this is supposed to be countered, I can point that out. But if you forget your trigger, then hey, guess what? You just got bolted.
Yeah, nice. And I guess another just interesting comparison on that one, and to anyone who's seen my videos on my channel, I've discussed it as well. The One Ring, so and its protection. So how do yeah, when do you have to acknowledge triggers, I think is probably the right question here. So I play the One Ring on my turn. It says if you cast it, you gain protection until your next turn.
Yep.
There's obviously and then it goes to my opponent's turn. My opponent attacks me with everything. And then at that point I go, yeah, I have protection. Like have I missed my One Ring trigger? Should I have announced the protection when I cast the One Ring, or what's the play there?
So that's a really, really good question. There was actually a similar scenario that came up from a recent event. I think maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It popped up on Reddit for a little bit where it was like in combat, someone had an attack trigger that like they could pay energy to pump a creature. They've attacked, so their opponents responded by blowing up a creature, and then the attacking player was like, okay, well now I meet the condition to like get this energy so I can, or maybe they cast their own spell. I don't fully remember, but like it's a similar kind of situation where it's like, when is a trigger considered missed? When, like, what window do I have to acknowledge it? So the point at which a trigger is considered missed is when it would have a visible impact on the game. So if your trigger is like, when this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it, the moment that that makes a visible change is when that counter is put on the creature. So if you get any further, like if you get to declare blockers, you've missed your window because the visible change happens like in the attacker's step. For something like the One Ring and the like protection from everything, the moment that it makes an impact on the game is much harder to figure out, because so in the scenario that you've given, you play the One Ring, your opponent attacks you, like they untap, they draw, they say combat and ship the team. If you say, cool, I take no damage because I have protection, that was the first moment that protection made an impact on the game. So that trigger, like your trigger has not been missed. You do in fact have protection. And like that is going to feel pretty bad for your opponent. If anyone finds themselves in a position where they are the opponent, the way to get around that is usually going to be like you're just going to have to ask. So there are some situations where you will not know whether your opponent has missed their trigger or not. And your options are either you roll the dice and you risk them pointing it out and you get kind of blown out, or you just have to like ask them. Prowess is another common one. So like if I cast a lightning bolt and then I attack with my Monastery Swift Spear, if we just go to combat damage and I say, cool, you take 2, then I've remembered my trigger. If you want to try and kill my Swift Spear, or maybe you want to try and block it or whatever, you might find yourself in a position where you need to ask me, how big is the Swift Spear? And if I say it's a 1/2, I've missed my trigger, because I've now communicated in such a way that
This is the derived information. You've told
yes,
them what it is, so and that's what
yeah,
it is.
yeah. So like there are going to be times where you are just going to have to ask your opponent like something about the trigger. So if you're someone who's attacking into the ring trigger and your opponent's like, hey, sorry, like I've got protection, I'd take no damage. Then like you kind of just have to wear that. Like there's nothing that they've done wrong. There's no problem in the game. So like there's nothing for like a judge to come and fix in that situation. Like we don't, rewind games just because you made a bad decision. Otherwise, we'd be rewinding games all over the place. Because like, I guess to verge back into the like pre-event stuff, like you are going to make wrong decisions throughout the day. It will happen. You're playing 9 hours of Magic. Like you cannot make every decision perfectly. You kind of need to make an amount of peace with that. But hopefully, like after some of the things we talk about, if you can take the mental pressure off yourself in other areas, that's going to free up more capacity to help you make less mistakes when it matters.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, triggers are definitely a weird one, but like the point is basically if this like when would this trigger have an impact on the game? When would that change be, quote, like visible? And it can get like a little weird with things like power and toughness or like abilities and things, but like for power and toughness, it's like when is that creature dealing combat damage? That's probably the point at which that's going to be like relevant. Cool. Yeah, so those are like the two most common things. The last thing that I want to mention is speed of play. So part of the skill of being a good Magic player, it's not just making good decisions, it's making good decisions within a time limit. So for anyone who hasn't played competitive Magic or even just like organized Magic in general, like pre-releases and things, rounds of Magic have a 50-minute time limit, and you might need to play 2, 3, occasionally 4 games of Magic. In someone does something weird and like draws a game partway through. Getting through 3 whole games of Magic can be really difficult in 50 minutes. So one of the things that like we as judges try to look out for, and it is very difficult, but is looking for people playing slowly. Now, slow play is different to stalling. Like if you're stalling, that is a very serious infraction. Do not do that. But slow play is like you're just taking a long time to make decisions, usually like inordinately long for the game in progress. Some decks are going to also take longer to play than others. So my advice to anyone who's like thinking about different decks to play at competitive events is like think about you as a player and how and like your general speed of play. If you or like the people around you think you might be a slower player, it's going to be better to play a faster deck because that'll help compensate for the amount of time that you take to like make strategic decisions, to plan out turns and lines and sequences and things like that. If you're someone who's much faster at like playing and making decisions, you can afford to play a slower deck because your natural rate of play is going to compensate for how long it takes for a deck to close out a game of Magic. It's something that's especially on like a lot of the coverage for live events and things. There'll be people who are like they'll be talked about as like a very deliberate player, and it's really that like they take a while to like make decisions within a turn, but so often they'll be playing like a blue-white control deck with 1 or 2 win conditions in the whole deck. And so they're taking 20, 30 minutes to close out a single game of Magic because their deck needs like 12 or 15 turns, and they just take a long time with each of their turns. So everyone's going to like approach their everyone approaches their turns differently. So that's also going to like be based on the deck that you're playing. I'm someone who I like to plan out my entire turn first and then play through the turn really quickly once I've figured out what I feel is the best line. I have, especially in my early days of playing Magic, been like given like a bit of a nudge, like, hey, you're taking a little too long. Like you need to, make a decision. You need to like do something because you're kind of just sitting here thinking. You're obviously allowed to like sit and think. And that time is going to be increased as the game increases in complexity. So the ways to get the ways to like minimize the impact of playing slowly and like needing to take time on decisions, which like it also pays off in the end, because if you're playing faster, you're going to give yourself more time at the end of the round. You're less likely to go to time and maybe accidentally draw a game, because a draw is generally like not great to be doing needlessly in a tournament. So one of the big things is that a game increases in complexity in a fairly linear fashion. So I refer to it as like a continuity of the game, where if you're a player in the game, every game starts out the same. There's nothing on the battlefield. All the players have usually like 5 to 7 cards in their hand. Eventually, we'll get to a point where there might be like everyone has 10 lands and there's like 30 permanents on the battlefield, and everyone has like, 6 cards in hand, and there's a lot of decisions to be making all the time. But you don't arrive at that game state suddenly. Like that happens over time. So factoring that into your decision making, like I always try to not just plan out my current turn, but like what is my next turn like? What like am I setting up for like 2 turns down the line? Like if this is my turn 1, what does my turn 2 and 3 look like? And then the only reason I'm going to have to change or like think about a new line is, did I draw something that like is maybe better or more interesting? Has my opponent done something that I now need to consider?
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So I think I believe your intention is to play Tron for the weekend.
Yep. Goal is to play Tron. It feels like either I lose in the first couple of turns because I'm playing against Boris Energy, or I get to the mid game and then I can lock it down from there. But thankfully, while it is a control deck, I still have the big threats that I'm putting into play, so I can close out games pretty quickly. It's the mirror matches where in my time on MTGO, the mirror matches are always take the longest because you're trying to dance around your opponent's Khans and their Ugins and
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Tron is a really good example deck for the kind of things that I'm like talking about, because when you draw your opening hand, like you want to try and have like Tron online by turn 3, right? Like, so whenever you look at your opening hand, you're going to see like, okay, this is my turn 1, this is my turn 2. Do I have Tron on turn 3?
Yeah.
And then like if yes, then great, you keep the hand, and your first 3 turns take a combined like what, 30 seconds. Like
Yeah, it's usually turn 1 map, turn 2 crack map, turn 3 Tron, play 7 drop, done.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like 80% of the games is that
Yeah.
exact outline.
Yeah, exactly. But like you can continue to do that to take that kind of approach later in the game as well.
Mm.
It's obviously going to be a little bit harder, but like say you get it to like turn 6, turn 7, and you're like, okay, what am I doing this turn, and like why? And maybe it's like, okay, well, this turn I want to like play my Khan so that next turn I can like play my Khan, get something from my sideboard, and then next turn I can play that out along with this other threat or like alongside a second Khan to get something else.
So
And
I
so like,
I was gonna say,
yep.
I know for me, it's keeping track of my mana because
Mhm.
it can drastically change from turn to turn. Like again,
Yes.
obviously in your opening, it goes turn 1, 1, turn 2, 2, and then turn 3, 7. And then if
Mhm.
you think about turn 4, if I draw like another tower, or now I'm up to 10, and obviously that changes. And then
Yep.
the reverse is true. When I'm sitting on 10, 12 Tron mana, and then they remove one of my Tron lands, and now I'm down
Mhm.
to 5 mana. That's
Yeah.
probably my biggest time sink on the deck, is just managing that.
Yeah, definitely. And like that's one of those situations where like you might have planned out the first few turns, and then suddenly your opponent blows up like your single Tron land that you don't have a backup for, and now you need to start from scratch and make a new plan. Like and that is going to happen.
Yeah.
Um, and like obviously that's going to take some time, and like that's something that we are going to factor in when we are like watching to see if people are playing a bit too slow. But like that doesn't mean that you still can't plan for like what happens if they just don't interfere with me. What happens if everything just goes well? Like what is my turn going to be?
Yeah.
So I always tend towards that style of Magic. Um, you can also, a small tip for everyone, you can plan your turn during your opponent's turn. Uh, like while your opponent's doing their thing, you can spend a little bit of power thinking, what is my next turn going to be like?
Yeah.
Um, don't completely zone out from what your opponent's doing. You still want to be paying attention to them. Um, we always try to remind people like make sure that you are focusing on the game in front of you. Make sure that you are paying attention to anything your opponent is doing. But like you can take some time to think, okay, like what is my next turn? Like where do I go from here? So that you've gotten at least some of that thinking out of the way beforehand.
Yeah. You use your opponent's time for your own, basically.
Yep, exactly. Cool. So uh moving on to the last and probably the most information dense section, or like the longer section that we're going to be having today, is like just interacting with judges in generally. So again, a lot of people won't have had much interaction with judges coming into a competitive event. Uh, Especially like even people who are coming to play side events and like the more casual things like the mystery booster or the draft or commander precon challenge sealed events, like you're all going to have judges around at these big events. It's just going to the tournament's going to have a very different vibe. But the the chief thing that I want like players to kind of understand is that us as judges are there for the benefit of players. Like we are there as a resource and a tool. So make sure that you use us for like the reasons that we're there. That for it, like yes, it's for asking like how does this mechanic work, or like what happens with these two cards, how does this interaction happen. It's also for, hey, I've drawn too many cards in my opening hand, or I have like a sideboard card in my deck by accident, and uh, like fixing like problems and errors that come up in the game. Uh, So the things that judges can't do is like we can't give strategic advice, but you can still ask questions to like give you the information that you need to make better strategic decisions within the game.
So I just
Yeah.
one just I guess interesting thing or something I wanted to clarify that, and I've mentioned this because I play Riftbound as well, and Riftbound's going through an interesting thing with judge questions. Um, can I ask how a specific interaction plays out? So let's say I say to you, I have X and Y in play. I do Z, and then my opponent does A. What happens? Like, are you able to
Mhm.
tell me the answer to that situation?
So we can explain like so players are like allowed to know how magic works, right? Like a recent example that I was reminded of from one of your videos is like trample and death touch.
Mm,
Like players are allowed to know how trample and death touch works. They're allowed to know how trample, death touch, and double strike works. They're allowed to know how trample, death touch, double strike, and indestructible work. Like that's things that you as a player, like you're allowed to know. And if you don't know ahead of time, like you can ask a judge and we'll say, yeah, cool, no problem. Like here's how all of these work, and like usually like a little bit of an explanation for why, just to like help it kind of sink in. But usually the focus is on like getting you the information that you need to like be able to make the like gameplay decisions that you want. We can't tell you what you should or shouldn't do, but we can tell you what happens if if X, Y, Z. Um, and a nice sort of part of that as well is so there will be some situations where if you ask a judge a question like that, you're going to be like revealing information about like the cards in your hand. Uh, if you need to ask about like cards in your hand or like ideas that you have for like a line of play, you can ask the judge to like speak away from the table, and then you can ask him that question in private without revealing the information to your opponent, and it'll allow both of you to speak a little more openly about the cards involved. Um, occasionally, I've very occasionally had players like ask a question about a card in the hand, and I've found myself in a position where I can't answer that question without giving their opponent information about the cards involved, which is not something that I want to do because like
yeah,
that's now like that's a problem with the game now that I've caused because I've given away the contents of a player's hand, and now their opponent can make strategic decisions based on that.
yeah,
Um, so as far as like asking good questions, uh, I always urge people to just ask like I ask whatever their question is using their own words. So like don't try to lean too heavy into like terminology and jargon. Uh, like uh, so I'm sure every judge will have a story about like a player who's asked a question, um, and the judge goes, "Oh, cool, I know the question that they're asking," and so they say, "Okay, like here's the answer to the question." The player goes, "Okay, great." And then it turns out the player had a wildly different interpretation of the question that they were asking. And they were thrown off by like they use the term like a replacement effect. And the judge's like, oh, well, no, this isn't a replacement effect. It's actually like XYZ. But because the player didn't have a fully didn't have a full understanding of what a replacement effect is, their interpretation of the answer has now led them down like a very different path, where they're now trying to do something that like you can't do mechanically in the game. Uh, so anytime you have a question, like just use your own words. Don't worry about trying to be like technical or like trying to use too much Magic jargon, especially if you're not fully familiar with the terms themselves. The best thing is just like ask the question in your own words. Part of our role as a judge is to translate Magic rules into like player talk. Not to sound reductive, but like Magic is complex. The rules are very complex. There's a lot. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that players just kind of won't know because and they don't need to know. Like you don't need to know all the rules to play Magic, which is it is very much a blessing. Nobody really wants to sit down and read 200 pages of rules before they play a game. But yeah, so like just ask the question that you have in your mind. Don't overcomplicate it. If we need to get more information, like we can just ask you more questions about what your question is, which is it's a good approach for us anyway. I always try to ask more questions than a player anytime I'm at a table. But you're much more likely to get the answer that you want if you just like say what you're trying to ask.
Yeah, so don't try and be a judge when you ask the question. Just ask your question and then basically let the judge do their job.
Yeah. Like the common example from like a while ago is like, hey judge, can I counterspell my opponent's abrupt decay? Now
Yeah, yes, you can.
so like for people who don't know, abrupt decay is a 2-mana removal spell that has the additional line, this spell can't be countered. So if you try to counterspell it, the counterspell, like it's a legal target for a counterspell. You are allowed to cast counterspell targeting a spell that can't be countered. It just won't counter it. And so people were finding themselves in this situation where they're like, hey, can I counterspell an abrupt decay? And the judges would just say yes, and then stand there and wait for the inevitable moment where the player goes, okay, great, I counterspell your abrupt decay, and the opponent says, cool, that doesn't work. And then they turn to the judge and say, judge, you told me that it worked. So thankfully, like judges in general try to stay away from scenarios where they are like giving a player a like kind of like a gotcha answer. Like we don't want players to have to ask to like have to say a set of magic words to get the answer that they want. So like I've had a very similar situation in War of the Spark Standard where there was Ionize and Absorb as the counterspells. So one dealt 3 damage and one gained 3 life. And that was like stapled onto a counterspell. And it was someone who I think was trying to. I think Ionize is 2 damage. Anyway, someone was like trying to Ionize a Carnage Tyrant, which is a 6-mana 7/6 that can't be countered with a bunch of other abilities. And they're like, hey judge, my opponent's trying to like Ionize a Carnage Tyrant, and I'm kind of standing there. I'm like, okay, like, so what's your question? And like, well, can they do that? Like, does it still deal the damage? Like what happens? Because this spell can't be countered. So in that situation, like they wanted to Ionize it just to get the extra damage in, and that's perfectly fine. If they were trying to like stop it from entering the battlefield, that's not going to work. And so we will usually try to get a little extra information and a little extra context about like what is the question that you're asking so that we can get you the answer that you're trying to get. However, it is also important that we can't coach you through a judge call. So like I can ask you to like clarify what your question is, but at some point, like it is up to you to make sure that you are asking the questions that will give you the answer that you need, because I can't just like continue asking questions to lead you to like the answer that I know that you're trying to get. At some point, I also need to just give you an answer without like Yeah, like without coaching, basically.
So is your best as a potentially more newer player, or rather someone who's just started playing more tournament Magic, is your best go when talking to a judge to ask what the outcome would be? So like in the in the like abrupt decay example, if I say, can I cast counter spell on abrupt decay, and will that stop it from resolving? Like, I feel like obviously I've clearly stated what I want to do
Mhm,
and what I want the result to be, and then obviously
mhm.
it feels like I've set you up easily enough for you to just be able to say no.
Yeah, yeah. So like that's a really good example of like a very like comprehensive question, and then I can give you the answer of like, yes, you can cast a counterspell targeting this abrupt decay, but no, it will not stop the abrupt decay from resolving. So that way you have whatever information you needed, whether that was like maybe you wanted to just get an extra spell into your graveyard for whatever reason, or maybe you just really didn't want your thing to be removed by the abrupt decay. Whatever the case, you now have that information. I don't need to know the specifics of why you wanted to do that or pursue that particular line of gameplay, but you have the answer that you need. I haven't been put into a position where I need to try to like wrest more information out of you to be able to give you the answer that you want. Uh, and like sometimes uh, a, sometimes we'll get a question and like we'll know that that's not what the person is trying to ask. Like there's another question that they haven't asked because they're trying to like be maybe like a little bit sneaky so their opponent doesn't figure it out, or maybe because they want to maybe sometimes it's they just want to present as like having more knowledge or expertise in this particular topic. I promise you to everyone out there, no judge is going to like judge you on that. Like we don't we don't care how much or how little a player knows about Magic. Uh, I in particular, like I remember a time where I was being first introduced to Magic in high school, and the people who were teaching me are like, okay, like now cast this spell from your hand. I'm like, okay, how do I do that? Like, well, you play it out from your hand and then you tap your lands to for mana. I'm like, cool. How like what is tapping a land? Like I don't like and uh anyone who's played Magic for like 5 minutes knows what tapping a land is. But I vividly remember someone just saying, just tap your land. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. Like, you're telling me to do something, and I have zero context for what this even means. Everybody who plays Magic, who judges Magic, who commentates, who spectates, everyone involved in Magic at some point in their life knew nothing about the game. Absolute nothing. So, uh, like really just like think about what information it is that you are looking for, and then like just ask something about that. If it's a question that we can't answer, like we'll just tell you I can't answer that question. Can you like rephrase it? Can you ask a different question? Can you ask this question differently in a way where I'm not giving you like strategic advice or sort of coaching you towards a particular answer or outcome or line of play?
Yeah, yeah, excellent.
Cool. So the next thing that's sort of unique to competitive Magic, again, it comes up on like just kind of the internet in general a lot, is penalties and like what do penalties mean? Why do we have penalties? Is my Magic career over because I got penalties at a tournament? So if you're someone who's like played FNM's pre-releases, even store championships, these are all events that are run at a regular rules enforcement level, which means the focus is always on like fun and education rather than penalizing mistakes or anything. So the difference between competitive Magic is because there are stakes and there are prizes, we need to take a more serious approach to like mistakes and errors, in part to like dissuade people from like making errors, dissuade people away from like bad habits and things, to try and like keep the games again like fair and fun and to uphold the integrity of the tournament. So part of that is that throughout the day, players are going to be getting penalties for certain things. Now, penalties in Magic. So again, these are all listed out in the infraction procedure guideline. Every infraction has an associated penalty with it. A lot of the time, it's a warning. So a warning in Magic as a player doesn't really mean a lot. If you get a warning, that is not a big deal. It doesn't affect your prizing. It doesn't affect your final standing. It won't affect your results or like your placement or finishes. The only thing to really keep in mind is that if you continue to accumulate warnings for things throughout the day, at some point you can find yourself in a situation where a warning becomes a game loss, which is obviously something that you want to avoid if you're trying to have a successful tournament, because losing games to like an opponent outplaying you, like that's going to be part of it. If you're also losing games just because you are like making a lot of mistakes and you get a game loss from like an upgraded infraction, like that is going to affect your chances. It's not good for you. Us as judges don't like having to give game losses. Like it doesn't feel good. Like we play Magic as well. We really don't want to be doing that when we don't have to. So if you get a warning, like again, that's not a big deal. Don't freak out about it. Just like keep that in mind, and like as the day goes on, like really be aware of, okay, like have I had warnings for things? Am I like regularly forgetting to or like am I being like clumsy with my shuffling and I've like dropped cards out a couple times, and so I've been given some warnings for that. I really need to make sure that I'm not like fumbling cards. I need to be more careful with this specific area of my gameplay.
Yep. Yeah.
Oops.
All makes sense.
So yeah, and like if you have gotten penalties, like yeah, try to remember what they were for. You don't need to remember specifics. Now, it is important that like the threshold for upgrades from gameplay is like reasonably generous. So you need a couple of warnings that are all the insane from the same infraction type. So, for example, drawing too many cards is different to missing triggers, which is different to resolving an ability incorrectly, or like paying the wrong mana for a spell. Like these are all different categories, and they all have their own paths, so to speak. So there's not like we are obviously going to need to have a conversation at some point if you're getting like multiple warnings across all the different categories, because it's probably a sign that like you're not playing particularly carefully. which is its own problem. Like if you're at a competitive event, you need to make sure that you are keeping on top of that you are having like tight play and not just kind of being like a bit sloppy, a bit loosey goosey. Because like it's going to cause problems for you, for your opponent, for us as judges. So like, don't like accumulating multiple is bad for a different reason, but it won't impact how quickly any of them upgrade, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool. So lastly is like navigating things like intentional draws or concessions or prize splits and like some of the more difficult sort of areas of competitive Magic. So the biggest thing to remember when if you're trying to get like a concession out of your opponent, so you can ask your opponent to concede to you. They can say yes or no. That's perfectly fine. You can ask your opponent if you would like to draw the match at any point. That's also fine. If you ask your opponent, hey, I would like you to concede to me, and if you do, I will XYZ. Whether it's like I will like buy you a booster pack, or you can have my promo, or I'll like buy you a drink after the tournament. You've now bribed your opponent, or you've at least offered a bribe to your opponent. That is a big no-no because it upsets the integrity of the tournament. So
just as a more likely example that's going to potentially happen.
Yeah.
Hey, if you concede this match, I'll split the prizing with you. Have I bribed my opponent there?
Yes.
So yeah, so that I think is a really big one to point out. So even if it's prizing from within the tournament, you still can't ask just like that.
So there are slightly different rules when it comes to like splitting prizes within the tournament, but so prize splitting, for example, is to use like a very easy example. Let's say you're playing a qualifier at your local store. You and someone else are in the like top two. So the prizes are like there's an invite for the winner, there is a promo for the winner, and then say the winner gets let's say 15 booster packs, and the second place gets 5 booster packs. So there's a total of 20 boosters up for grabs, plus the promo, plus the invite. So you can say to your opponent, like, would you like to split the prizes, like to split the prize packs 50-50, and then it's like winner gets the invite and second place gets 10 packs, first place gets 10 packs. That's okay because you haven't like offered a result or anything.
Yeah, you've just stated, hey, would you be happy with this final thing at the end? However, I am not asking you to do something in order to get that.
Yeah. You can also suggest, for example, sometimes it'll be like the winner gets the invite and the promo, and second place gets all of the booster packs. That's also fine because like sometimes there'll be you could be in a situation where like both players really, really want the invite, and so that's still the bigger prize, and then the second player gets the consolation of a pile of booster packs. You could be in a situation where one person really wants the invite and the other person like might have already qualified, or they just aren't planning on going all the way to the regional championship, so they don't actually have an interest in the invite, which is another situation where like, okay, well, like if we do invite versus packs and both players agree to that, then like everyone gets to leave happy. In the finals of a tournament, like in the final two, the rules regarding prize splitting is slightly different. This is covered in I believe it's the infraction procedure guidelines. So it's very specifically different for the finals to allow players to split the prizes differently. If that's something that people want to read into, I encourage you to read into it yourself. It is in the infraction procedure guideline under the bribery and wagering section. It talks specifically about the prize splitting in the finals versus like offering incentives at other times. But as a general rule, like, so let's say it's the last round of the day and the two of us are like in a game of Magic, or like we've been paired into each other.
Yep.
And whoever wins is likely to make top 8, and whoever loses is going to be out of the top 8. Now, and let's say if we draw, we both miss out. So you can ask me to concede to you because you really want to make top 8 for XYZ reasons, and I can say yes or no. If I say no, you can't just like keep asking me into it, or like trying to like pressure your opponent into like letting you do it. If it like the match is dragging on and you let's say it's been a little while, you can like, it's usually fine to like ask them again, like, hey, like, have you changed your mind on this? And if they say no, like they say no, and you just have to leave it at that. The moment you try to bring any kind of incentive or anything like that into it, is the line. All you can say is basically like, would you like to, yes or no? You could like, it's fine if you want to say like, hey, I think my breakers are better than yours. I think I have a better chance of making top 8 than you do. Would you like to like concede to me so that since I will have the better shot at making top 8? And again, like some people would be like, you know what? Yeah, that sounds fine. Some people will have like dinner plans. They might just be tired after a long day of Magic. And sometimes people will be totally fine with it. Sometimes they're like, no, I still want to try to get in on my own terms.
Yeah.
And the same thing with intentional draws. You can offer your opponent an intentional draw. If you do so without playing any games of Magic, the recorded result is different to if you have started playing Magic. So if anyone like is thinking about that, if anyone has agreed to an ID or they're discussing it, like I always recommend getting a judge involved anyway. The same applies for like redistributing prizes or like splitting prizes in the finals, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, all excellent info.
Cool. So that's roughly like the end of the like main topics that I wanted to cover. And again, like the main goal was to provide a little bit of insight from what happens on like the judge side of things and the steps that you as a player can take to like sometimes avoid some of those problems entirely. Like if your deck is freshly sleeved and it's all sleeved in the same fashion and there's no other cards in your deck box and you're checking your sideboard at the start of every match, it is extremely, extremely rare that you are going to have any problems if you ever get deck checked, because you've done everything in your power to make sure that any potential problems are just not going to be there. That like there's not going to be problems with the sleeves. There's not going to be problems with like warped foils in the deck. There's not going to be extra cards in your deck box that are going to cause problems.
Yeah.
Like communicating clearly and effectively, using your time well throughout the day, making sure that you're, eating and drinking and all of that. Like all of these are going to have some amount of impact. And I think it's important for people to like factor that in for their tournament prep. Like there's absolutely people who will like make a deck building choice because it gives them like a 1% edge in a particular matchup. And like if people are fighting for like single digit percentage increases, and to try and improve their results at a tournament, like all of these things are going to do a similar kind of thing. Like, yeah, it might only be a 1% that it makes a difference, but like, why would you not take that when it's such a low cost for the same result?
Yeah. All right. Well, if you've got nothing more on your side, I've got a handful of questions from the live chat and
Mhm.
some ones that I put out before. So if you're currently watching the stream live, put your any questions you want to ask Judge Damien, preferably about tournament magic, but I'm sure he'll happily answer what his favorite commander is if you wanted to know. So we'll go to the YouTube chat, the ones that I've got. Matt asks, I'd be interested in hearing more about what's angle shooting and what's just considered an effective use of words/objects, e.g., the famous pen trick. So I guess this is an interesting one because it goes down the like deception, potentially cheating and misrepresenting information. I feel like this one's a bit of a dangerous topic.
Sure. Uh, so there's okay. So the pen trick that I believe he's referring to was,
That's
if
is that the
if memory serves
LSV?
correctly, I believe so. So it was, uh, just to go over for anyone who doesn't know. A player is like, I think, considering their like combat decisions, and the defending player picks up their pen in preparation to indicate that like they're not going to be blocking, and they're just like in order to adjust their life total. So in preparation for that, uh, as a result of that, this player's the attacking player is saying, okay, well, they're just going to be like taking a bunch of damage from my attack, so they've now attacked with everything, and then the defending player puts down their pen and casts a spell and blows out the attacking player because the
Yeah,
attacking player has
settle the
acted on a
wreckage.
bluff. Yeah. Um, so like there is a line that I think is important to draw. So in the infraction procedure guidelines, one of the categories is unsporting conduct. There is a line between actions that meet the definition of an unsporting conduct infraction, which is different to conduct that is just unsporting. So people are going to have their own lines for things like that. Chalice checking again is like another example of what a lot of people will consider to be conduct that is not sporting or angle shooting, whereas other players will see it as kind of just like a part of competitive Magic. So for me personally, I still will like, if I'm playing against an unknown person, I will probably chalice check them. And the reason for that is it's still up to them to play their deck successfully. and it's still up to them to remember that they have their Chalice of the Void. Part of that is also because when I'm playing, I'm most often playing either Legacy or Commander. If I'm playing Legacy, I'm probably playing Elves, and historically, Chalice of the Void is a very, very powerful card against the Legacy Elf deck. So it is absolutely a card that is going to blow me out, and so like if I can push something through a Chalice because my opponent has kind of zoned out, then that's good for me, and it's not good for them. But that's also their responsibility to make sure that they are on top of that.
I think there's like an interesting thing about. So I always like to do the have respect for your opponent, and if we're playing at casual, I'm going to remind my opponent at a casual event that they have a chalice because we're
Yeah.
playing casually. But when we're playing at the bigger massive competitive tournament, I expect my opponent to be a decent Magic player. They should be remembering their triggers. And so, we're playing at the highest level. It's not we're playing at the highest level and my opponent's going to help me out. It's me versus the rest of the field.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I'm absolutely the same. Like if it's a pre-release, I'm not going to be playing like a cutthroat game of Magic. Like our local store, I'm not sure if it's common for all pre-releases, but we have flat pricing for pre-releases. It's if you play through a pre-release, you get 2 booster packs regardless of where you finish. There is no extra prize for doing better or worse. It's just like bragging rights, basically. So, like, there's no reason to like be more of a sharky player when the stakes are literally nothing. If it is an event like the Spotlight tournament, which has a prize pool of $50,000, there is absolutely a reason to play a more sharky game. Now, you can still do that while having a good time, while still being a pleasant person, which is important. Like playing very competitively, taking those competitive edges doesn't mean like that doesn't preclude you from being just nice and pleasant and like a good person to be around. If for whatever reason you are being unpleasant, that's a whole other story. But yeah, like you said, at these competitive events, yes, like absolutely respect your opponent. It is always good to assume that they are competent and they are going to be on top of things. But if they're not, it's the same as if they make a bad strategic decision and like remove the wrong creature at the wrong moment, or if they counter the wrong spell. Their decisions are still up to them. And so, like with the pen trick to bluff someone into settle the wreckage, if they fall for that kind of bluff, then that's that's on them, and they like that's something that they can play around, that they can ignore, that they can like take steps to avoid. Um, I've had a moment like that myself back in Return to Ravnica Standard. There was a blue-white control deck that used Elixir of Immortality as a win condition. Which, for those who don't know, Elixir of Immortality is I think a one or two mana artifact that you can tap it. I think you gain 1 life, and then you shuffle Elixir of Immortality and your graveyard back into your library. And that was how this control deck would win game 1. And I was playing against this control deck on I think it was a store championships, and they've activated their Elixir of Immortality, which is not sacrificed to activate it. You just tap it. And the only out that I had to win this game was for me to abrupt decay their Elixir and then hope that they don't know how the card works and they concede the game.
Yeah.
Now they almost did. They had to think about it for a while, and then they're like, "Hang on, this is actually just fine, right? Like, I still just shuffle everything in, and like, yes, you do. I just hoped you didn't know that, and that you wouldn't figure it out. And that's the only way that I had a chance at winning this game."
I think another one I think that came to mind that was pretty contentious at a major tournament and more angle shooty. I can't remember the exact layout, but I know the fuss was the difference between beginning of combat and attackers.
Yes.
I think it was what did they they it was a foreign player at an English tournament. They said
Yes.
attacks.
Mhm.
And then their opponent said, "Sweet, you're in your declare attacker step. You've missed your chance to crew your vehicle."
Yes. Yes. I do remember hearing about that. Yeah. So, like, part of that is a communication, and like make sure that you are being clear about how you're communicating. Um, there are, for those who don't know, there are a set of established tournament shortcuts. So these are also in section 4 of the Magic Tournament rules, which I've actually just pulled it up now. So in section 4.2, there is a list of tournament shortcuts which are like established and always assumed. So things like even things like with a Cavern of Souls that can generate colored mana to make a creature spell of a chosen type uncounterable. It is assumed, if possible, that you are using Cavern of Souls for colored mana to make that creature spell uncounterable, even if you don't specifically announce it.
I think didn't
Um,
that I think that came up in a recent tournament.
very
Trying to
likely.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was this year that has come up as well, and people are saying, "Oh, he didn't announce his uncounterable mana or whatever."
Yeah. Uh, and it even includes things like if I'm in my second main phase, or if I'm after combat, and I say like pass the turn, and my opponent takes an action, there's a tournament shortcut that assumes they are acting in the end step because that is the logical place to do that. The exception is like if they are specifically declaring otherwise, or if there were very certain situations with, I think it was an old modern dredge deck where it wanted to act in the second main phase before the end step so they could get an end step trigger.
Yeah, I had someone angle shoot. This is one of those memories I'll never forget. It was I was very early on in my competitive Magic. I was playing Lux Cannon Control, where the objective of the game, you put this like I think it was like a 3 mana artifact. You tap it to put a charge counter on it, and then
Mhm.
you can tap it to remove 3 charge counters on it and destroy a permanent. I just got
Yep.
my Lux Cannon to 3 counters, and my opponent said pass, and I said end of turn. Um, blow up your land. And then my opponent goes, well, we're still on our, I only pass because pass priority in my main
Yes.
phase.
Yep.
Now you've done something in my second main phase. Now I can float the mana and cast a sorcery spell.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Exactly.
it was, yeah, I'll never forget that. Never let it happen to me again.
Yeah. Yes. Like that's another example of like so these tournament shortcuts exist to stop gotcha moments like that. Again, like so that section 4.2 of the Magic Tournament rules, I really encourage people to go and read it. It really helps a lot and like establishes uh, so the tournament shortcuts effectively exist as a protection for you as a player for moments where like maybe your opponent is trying to like again like the situation you mentioned, like that's absolutely one of those angle shooting situations where your opponent is trying to like con you out of a better strategic play because they benefit from it. So even though it's very obviously not your intention to be acting in the second main phase, like that's why these shortcuts exist.
Mm.
So I get like some of it can be worked around with like clear communication, but obviously in the case that you mentioned, like part of that was English as a second language. Excuse me. But we want people to be able to play the game of Magic that they like want to play. We want people to be able to like make the decisions that they want without necessarily needing to explicitly communicate that every single time.
Yeah. Got another question here from C Next Page in YouTube chat. So I'll read out their question and then we can elaborate on it. Can I call a judge in a scenario where an opponent gives wrong info (brackets intentionally or not), or is that my responsibility to check? E.g., I ask creatures stats, they say it's a 1/2, I attack based on that, and then they say, oh, it's actually a 2/1, so I'll block with it and it will kill the attacker. Like, what happens there?
For anything like that, you should 100% call a judge. So in the situation that you've mentioned, you've now made a strategic decision based on erroneous information that your opponent's given. It's like if in the situation where like you ask how big is the creature and they say, oh, it's a 1/2, and you're like, okay, cool, and then you play a land and then they're like, oh, actually, sorry, it's a 2/1 or it's a 2/2 or whatever. Like you still, if you want, you can call a judge. There's not necessarily anything to do, like for us to do in that situation. But when you've been making decisions like change your attacks or blocks based on the size of creatures and things, that's absolutely like a problem. So part of it is going to be like the context of the game, but like as a general rule, like yeah, if you're ever unsure about something, you should always just call a judge. Which I didn't actually mention it, but for those who haven't done that, been at tournaments, who haven't like had to call for a judge before, the way that we as judges want players to do it is put your hand nice and high into the air and call out judge in a nice, loud, clear voice. And we need both of those things. Like, don't just yell judge into the void and then wait for someone to show up. But equally, don't just put your hand up and wait. So by calling judge, that will get our attention no matter where we are in the vicinity. Like if we can be mid conversation, and as soon as we hear the word judge, like whatever conversation is immediately put on hold, and we'll like be whipping around like meerkats to figure out.
I was about
where
to say
it came
it's
from.
like when dogs hear the word treat in any context. Like
100%.
judges are always listening out for the word judge.
Yeah. If anyone has ever had a conversation with me or likely any other judges at a tournament, there will be times where we will just stop mid-sentence and like look around the building because we think we've heard someone call for a judge. And then we're like, okay, no, everything's fine. Back to the conversation.
I think it's worth pointing out as well, and we didn't really cover this, that it's never a waste of your tournament time to call a judge. If you call a judge over, you're going to get some amount of time compensation back for the game pause, assuming, it's like they need to think about it or discuss something with you. Like you lose nothing by calling a judge.
Yes. Yeah. So like we have the ability to give time extensions when they're needed. Usually if a call is like pretty simple, like 30 seconds or so, we might not necessarily give a time extension for that. If it does start to drag on, particularly if it's like a more complex thing, if we need to like step away from the table and discuss something, like we can give you a bit of extra time. If you have been like chatting for a while and the judge doesn't mention it, you can ask like, can we have like an extra minute just for like the time that we've been talking or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to
And
say, from a player, you always ask. I personally would always ask for an extension no matter what, because worst case scenario, they say no and you move on. Best case
yeah,
scenario, you get your time extension and, good for you.
but yes, it's so you won't be wasting your time. You're also not wasting our time as judges. Like the reason that we are there, at least in part, is so that you can call us to the table and ask questions. It's really the whole reason that we are at the tournament in the first place is so that players can ask us things. So make sure that you are calling in a loud and clear voice, and then put your hand up in the air until someone is at the table, because if your hand isn't in the air, we don't know who called judge.
Yeah, it's literally, if you haven't been to one of these major tournaments, it's literally like, what, 30 rows of like 30 people. It's like an ocean of people sitting at a table.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure people will have seen like some pictures of like other spotlights or Magicons, maybe the regional championships. If you follow the ANZ MTG page, they quite often put up pictures from like regional championships and Command Fest, and like Spotlight is going to be at an exhibition center. It is a huge hall. We're expecting like a couple thousand people in the building. If your hand is not in the air, we will simply not know where we need to go.
Let's see. We've got someone's just clarifying. So you're not allowed to drop cards while shuffling. So say if I'm shuffling my deck and I drop a card and it falls face up on the table, do I need to call a judge?
So if it's your own deck, then it's usually not a problem, because like you're usually not shuffling it unless you've just been looking through it, or unless it's like pre-game, in which case you will still just be shuffling. If it's your opponent's card, if you're shuffling your opponent's deck and you drop cards, you do need to call a judge, because you will have now likely seen cards that you are not entitled to see. You're not allowed to look at your opponent's deck unless something is specifically giving you that permission.
Yep.
So yeah, like again, like sometimes if something happens and you call us to the table and we show up and we go, this is fine, just put the card in and keep shuffling and be more careful, like that's also fine. Like we don't always need to be called to the table because there's like a major like infraction that's happened, or because like a player is cheating, or because there's like a big mess to clean up because of like someone made a mistake 2 turns ago and it's now like compounded multiple turns in advance. Like it can be as innocuous as like, I was dealing my opening hand and I've dealt 8 cards down onto the table. Judge, what do I do? Like I will happily take that call like all day, every day. So it kind of doesn't matter like how innocuous it is. We always prefer that you call us to the table, even if it's like borderline nothing.
Yeah. Good to know. Let's quickly actually, I'll get you onto this question. I'll look at some of the post comments as well. Someone asks, White Space asks, how do I become a judge?
Really good question. So it will depend a little bit on where you are, like both like what sort of like town or city you're in, but also just like what country you're in. So the judge system at the moment, a lot of countries have their own judge program. There's also a new judge program of some description in the works by Wizards of the Coast. It is not going to reflect the program that we had like pre-COVID, and then like since then we've also had Judge Academy come and go. We now have several different organizations, such as like Judge Foundry in North America. Mexico set up their own program. Finland set up their own program. Us here in Australia and New Zealand as well, we also have our own program. So the best step one, regardless of where you are, is find a judge and talk to them and tell them, I want to become a judge. Like, what do I do? Because your local judges will overwhelmingly often know the steps that you need to do, whether it's like join this Discord or sign up at this website, or let's exchange phone numbers or like Facebook details, and we'll like chat about it online. So step one, like talk to a local judge, even if it's like if you're traveling to Spotlight and you're interested in becoming a judge, come and speak to any of the judges on staff, whether it can be myself, it can be any of the other 30 or 40 judges that we're going to have at this event, and they will be able to like point you in the right direction. As far as requirements, so there is usually a written exam to test your rules knowledge and also knowledge of just like tournaments in general and like tournament policy as it relates to usually regular rules enforcement level, which is going to be Friday Night Magic, it's pre-release, it's store championships, it's game days. It's like we'll usually test you on something like, can you run a pre-release or a draft or like a standard or modern event on like a, just like your weekly Saturday modern tournament. So there'll be like some amount of a like practical applied application of it, and it's like it'll cover, do you know how to interact well with players? Do you know how to like answer questions effectively? Do you have like good customer service skills? Are you like a good fit for the community as well? Like if you're someone who's just like a deeply unpleasant person, that's probably not someone who's going to make a good judge. They're not going to be a good representative of the game, of the organization. They're not going to help players have a good time. I would hope that most people aren't deeply unpleasant people, just kind of generally.
The
But
majority of Magic players are super lovely.
yes, yeah, like it is like that's a category that a lot of people are unlikely to fail. But like it will be something that we like consider, because we don't want to be polluting the Magic community at large, so to speak. We also like, I'm sure everyone has read the like stories on Reddit about people who, they went to a qualifier and the person who was the judge was just like kind of doing whatever they wanted, because they're like, well, I'm the judge for this event, so I make the rules and I get to choose how everything works. And like there is a degree of truth to that, in that the head judge of an event is the final authority on like rules interpretations, of policy interpretations. But if you're just kind of making it up on the fly and not using the official documents, so there's the Judging at Regular document called the JAR, there's the Magic Tournament Rules, the MTR, and there's the Infraction Procedure Guidelines, the IPG. If you're not following those, it's going to be wildly inconsistent, anything that you do, and you're very, very, very unlikely to ever actually get a chance to judge again if you're just kind of doing whatever you want.
Yeah.
So yeah, in short, speak to a judge. Beyond that, like, probably don't read the comprehensive rules. I've done that. There's some interesting things in there, but like it's not an entertaining read.
Yeah. all my video retention rates drop as soon as I put the comprehensive
Yeah,
rules on screen. That's why I'm
yeah,
usually very particular about what I show.
yeah. Like that, there are some really interesting things in there, but like you really, broadly speaking, don't need to know that much. So to become a level one judge, there is a required floor of knowledge. Um, I would say that that floor of knowledge, most regular competitive players would probably pass the rules knowledge exam for an L1 judge. It's not a huge requirement. And if you're a very experienced player, if you understand it, like state-based actions and how to cast a spell, uh, like that's the sort of main focus area. It doesn't go into anything like layers or like the really crunchy parts of how combat damage is like determined and assigned and how you process damage and all of that. Like that, all that comes way later on once you're someone like me who enjoys that too much or like yourself.
Yeah, so I was going to say it's usually the rules of the game part, like actually playing the game, is the easy thing because you've already been doing it for years. It's the infracture guide and the actual like tournament rules are going to be hard because it's going to be for majority of people it's going to be new information. It's stuff that you haven't ever thought
Yes.
about,
Yeah.
and you actually have to sit down and learn it.
Yes. Yeah. Tournament policy is at times very, very nuanced. It is often not as clear cut as the comprehensive rules are. Uh, so the comprehensive rules at times feel uh, very much almost like computer code or like a legal contract. Uh, and they kind of have to be by their nature. Tournament policy is much more sort of open to like different interpretations, which in part is why like judges will talk about it and discuss it and like come up with questions for each other. And so like if there are interesting calls at a tournament, they will get a second opinion. Sometimes they'll get a more senior person to like double check something because it can be very difficult, and that is the most common sticking point for newer and less experienced judges as they start getting into like becoming a judge at all and then progressing on to like judging competitive Magic, judging at regional championships, at spotlights, at pro tours. That's something that everyone continuously works on.
I think that's most of the actual judging questions. So
Mhm.
I'm going to ask an interesting one from the post. Uh, someone just straight up asked, "Do judges actually play Magic themselves?" And of course, I know the answers to this. So we're going to go, "What's your favorite commander?" as well.
So we do play Magic when we can. Not everyone does. Some people will have like step back. I still try to get to like FNM every sort of 2 weeks when my work schedule aligns. I try to play Commander when I can. As far as my favorite commander, so uh, I've I've been enjoying playing Eladamri, Lord of Leaves recently, which will not shock anyone who knows me or my
Yeah.
sort of Magic history. So uh, I've like I mentioned before, I think I mostly play elves and mostly in Legacy. It is the deck that I am most known for. I've had people at back when I used to play at things like Magic Fest instead of judging them. Uh, People who I'd never met before would know me and recognize me as an elves player uh, as soon as we sat down at the table. Um, but for a long time, I didn't have an elf commander deck, which everyone was surprised about. So I finally went and built one. But in order to try and keep the power level down, because I do have so much experience with elves, I had to place all these extra restrictions and things. So like I can't tutor creatures, I can't tutor non-basic lands. I tried to keep the relative power level down. I wanted to pick a commander that wasn't a win condition in the command zone, so that I actually have to try and work for my wins, which for the most part it kind of does. And then there are other times. I think a couple of months ago I dealt. It was like 25 quintillion damage in combat.
That
So it,
sells.
it does some really silly things, but it's also a lot of fun, and I find it fits a lot better at sort of tables in general, especially compared to the 5-color Scion of the Ur-Dragon combo deck that has like original dual lands and a lot more high power cards in it.
All right. I think it's probably all of the appropriate questions. I'm just quickly double checking that I've not missed anything. Someone did ask, how do I avoid simple mistakes like miscounting sideboards, which obviously we discussed earlier. Always
Mm-hmm.
count to your 15 at the start of the game.
Yep.
And then,
Uh, on that as well, I personally find it helps to have my sideboard in a set order. So, like my sideboard has an order that it goes in, and it always goes in that order.
nice.
Now, maybe that's just because I'm neurodivergent and I get a small amount of pleasure from that, but I do find that it helps me like know where all of the cards are.
Yeah, that's a good idea because I'm running obviously the Khan board, and I think the only
Hmm.
duplicate I have is Disruptor Flute. Otherwise, it's 15 or 14 singleton cards plus the additional Disruptor Flute. So
Yeah.
yeah, maybe like having them in alphabetical order or
Hmm. Yep.
mana value order. That'll be good.
Yep.
Um,
It
they
also means that if you are missing a card from it, you'll know where it's meant to be, and so that'll help you figure it out, as opposed to like, I've got 14 cards. What on earth am I missing?
yeah. They also say, did you got any improvements for avoiding any missing triggers or missing combat math? I assume with the combat math, they're probably just talking about, again, what we discussed earlier, derived information.
Hmm.
Uh,
Um, yeah, so combat math is a tricky one. Uh, to a degree, I like the idea of the saying that like math is for blockers. Uh, so like if I'm the attacking player, obviously I want to like have some idea of how combat is going to be. I don't just want to like, you know, hit attack with all and then realize that I get blown out after my opponent decides their blocks. But uh, so yeah, it can be tricky. Like a lot of that is going to come down to just like, are you keeping the board organized? Uh, there will be situations where like it just gets hard to do. Like if you have a whole bunch of creatures, like maybe you're a token deck and you've made like 30 tokens, like it's just going to be difficult to keep a clear board when that happens. But keeping things simple and organized, making sure that like the things that have counters clearly have counters, the things that don't have counters clearly do not have counters. So like don't use counters to represent prowess or like the size of a goif or anything like that. That will help clean the board up a lot more. It'll reduce the visual information coming in, which means you're less likely to be overwhelmed by just like sheer volume of information, right? Because like that's absolutely something that's going to happen. Yeah, like so missing triggers, you know, the dice on top of the library is a good one for some things. I've seen a player who had like a little figurine to remind them whether they had gained life. And so if they gain life during a turn, they put this little figurine, like a D&D mini, like in front of them. And then they get to their end step and they go, have I gained life? Yes, because this figurine is sitting in front of me. So I know that this trigger happens because I gained life this turn. And then at the end of the turn, they put it back aside. So like visual representations are allowed. And like if that's something that you need, you can like absolutely do things to remind yourself. As far as combat math, like it's difficult. Like if you're a maths kind of person, it's probably going to be just a little bit easier, just naturally, because you just will have a better grasp of numbers.
I think it's also fair to say that it's just something that comes with experience. The more you play, the more you start to see the same play patterns over and over again, and you just pick it up. Practice makes better.
Yeah. Like there's only kind of so much that like you can do outside of literally just playing a lot of Magic, right? Like at some point you just also need to be good at playing the game. There's no amount of like outside tips that are going to improve your game better than just improving at the game.
Yeah. All right. Last question, unless someone puts a really good question into the live chat while I'm here. Kate asks, why did you become a judge?
So, I always had a little bit of an interest in it, even in my like sort of first year of playing Magic. I had a friend who was getting into it, and as someone who like I felt like I picked the game up pretty quickly, and I also liked the idea of like helping new people get into it. So like teaching and also just like the idea of learning in general. Like I enjoy learning. I also enjoy teaching, and if I figured if I become a judge, like I'll have more experience in it. I'll have more opportunity. Like there'll be more times where I get to be the person who's like teaching someone something new, where I'm like introducing someone to Magic for the first time, or like helping them gain a better understanding of the game. So like that was really appealing. And then I sort of realized, oh, I actually still don't know a whole lot about this game. I need to maybe just like spend some time as a player, and I'll revisit this sometime in the future. And then the point that really kicked it off for me was when the card Blood Sun was printed.
Yep.
So I was in a Facebook group called Ask the Judge, where people could go with their questions and they like ask them on this page, and then someone who is usually someone who is a judge, or at least someone who like knows the answer, will like respond in a usually a pretty fast fashion with whatever an answer is. So I joined this, and I'm like, I've been playing like Legacy for a while. I know the rules pretty well. And then they printed Blood Sun, and someone asked, of course, hey, what happens if there is a Blood Sun and an Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, on the battlefield? And so me, as a relatively experienced player, I read it, and okay, well, Blood Sun means the lands don't have their don't have their abilities unless they're mana abilities. And Urborg turns everything into swamps. Well, that's not a mana ability, so it loses the ability and nothing's a swamp. Easy. Like, this question's really straightforward. And then 30 seconds after I post that answer, and like 3 other people post the same answer, one of the moderators for the page, and a very good judge, responded with the correct answer, which, as it turns out, while Blood Sun will in fact remove the ability from Urborg that says everything's is swamps, it only does that after Urborg has already turned everything into swamps.
Hashtag layers, baby.
It does that because of something called layers. So Urborg turns everything into swamps, and then it loses the ability, except that doesn't undo the effect. And I read this response and I'm like, oh my God, I know nothing about this game.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
It's the what is it? What's the curve? The graph?
I believe you might be referring to the Dunning-Kruger graph.
Yeah, where you like you're
Uh,
you're now in the pit of despair or the pit of
yes.
knowing nothing.
Yeah, so like there's this for those who don't know, the idea of it is like as you start accumulating knowledge in something, your confidence in your answers will go up as you accumulate knowledge. And then at some point, that confidence goes down quite sharply when you realize there is far more to this topic than you thought. And so you might think, I know 80% of how magic works. And then something like this happens and it's, oh, I know 20% of how magic works. Like that's nothing. Like I know nothing about this game. And that was the exact moment for me where I realized I really don't know that much. There is so much more going on. And so that was when I decided, okay, I'm this is something that I want to do. Like, I want to know these things. I want to look into them, to understand them. And so that was what prompted me to like really start studying the rules. And through that, I also decided, hey, I want to actually become a judge. And part of it was like at that point, it was like, why not, right? Like, I'm already so that was the point where I read through the comprehensive rules over the course of about a week in 2018, I believe it was, when they were actually a decent chunk shorter than what they are now. So yeah, it was a combination of like kind of always wanting to and like enjoying the sort of teaching side of it and like the educational aspect, and then the this sort of dawning moment of like, oh, I really don't know that much. I want to fix that. And then after sort of getting my level 1, my local store asked if I wanted to judge an upcoming competitive tournament alongside someone else, which sounded great. So I did that, and then I sort of judged a couple other small events, and then got the chance to judge at Grand Prix Melbourne of 2018, and I had an absolute blast. I met so many new people. That was my like first real introduction to the Australia and New Zealand, now the Oceanic sort of judging community, who is a great bunch of people. I think that they're the best judge community in the world, which maybe doesn't sound like a lot coming from someone who's only really experienced that, but I've also heard like people who do travel and have traveled and who travel over, like international judges love coming to Australia. Judges who have traveled say that it's one of the best, it's one of the friendliest. Some of my closest friends are people that I've met through judging. And the weekends of like regional championships or spotlights of Command Fest, like they're always an absolute blast from the judge side. And they are all, I want to be clear, they are also a lot of hard work. The tournament at Spotlight on Saturday starts at like 9:30. The judge day starts at 8 a.m. So they are long days, they are hard days. It involves a lot of walking, a lot of thinking, a lot of talking, but it's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, and then we get the yeah, the biggest event in Australia in
Mhm.
the 2 weeks.
Yep, it's getting close.
Oh, all right. Well, I think that about does it for questions. I really appreciate you coming on and having this chat with us. A lot of information, really good information for everybody to listen, even if you're not a hyper competitive player. Um, yeah, it's just good stuff to know for your F&Ms and your pre-releases. Damien, where can people find you if they want to talk to you? I think you're mostly on Discord, right? If people want to have a
Yeah,
chat.
so I'm in a couple of little discords around the place. Most often I just kind of appear in judge channels when someone posts and needs a question answered. Um, besides that, like I'm on, I can be found on Facebook, although I've been trying to avoid it a bit recently for reasons that I'm sure everyone will
Yeah.
understand. Um, I can be found on Discord. I do have a personal Instagram, but the easiest place is just like if you're at a Magic event in Australia, I'm probably going to be there. Absolutely come up, say hello. I'm always happy to chat about Magic. Uh, Something that like people might forget sometimes is like judges also like Magic. Like you don't get to the point of knowing, you know, a majority of the rules because let's face it, it's impossible to know everything with 200 odd pages of rules. Like you don't get to the point of knowing this much about Magic and running all of these major events if you don't really, really, really love the game. So every judge has a really deep appreciation for Magic. We're always going to be happy to talk about it. If anyone is going to be at Spotlight, absolutely come and say hello. I will have a green stripe through my hair, which is how you'll be able to identify me from any of the other judges. Um, Failing that, like if you just point, like ask them, hey, like is Damien around? I want to, say hello or whatever. Someone will be able to point you in the right direction. Um, yeah, so the easiest way is like a Magic event in Australia. I'm probably going to be there.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. Well, I think that's about it for this segment. Once again, thank you so much for coming on and giving us your time
No problem.
for this.
It's been an absolute blast. It's been a lot of fun. I really do hope that everyone has been able to get something out of it. If there was one thing that I could ask for, it's that everyone learns at least one thing that they can then take forward with them, no matter how small.
Yep. And if anyone does have any other questions, you can obviously find Damien on Discord, or you can post them in any of my YouTube comments. And if you want to direct them at Damien, let me know, and I will make sure he gets those questions. But otherwise, thank you very much for coming on the show.
No problem. Best of luck at Spotlight, and I will see you there.
I will see you there. Yes, I can't wait. All right. Thanks, Damien. We'll talk
Looking
soon.
forward to it. Thanks. Bye.
Alrighty, chat. That was chatting with Judge Damien. Let me just flick him a message. Right. Good chat with Judge Damien. So, what is the time? It's 11 o'clock. I've probably got about an hour uh, in me. So, whoops, we are probably just going to play some, do our usual and boot up a MTGO League, get some practice in. I can't believe we're 2 weeks out. I'm still 4 cards short of finishing my deck. Critical cards as well. I'm missing. What am I at now? Hold on, let me just check. I'm at. I updated my trading sheet. I need 2 Ugin's Labyrinths, 1 Emrakul the Promised End, and 1 Kozilek's Command. The last things I need to complete my deck. The 2 Ugin's Labyrinths and the Kozilek's Command are like the most critical. But for some reason, it's just so hard to get cards in Australia. Anyway, MTGO is just doing an update. And then we'll yeah, play some leagues. Yeah, happy Hobbit release for everybody. Again, I hope you've opened up everything you've wanted. We opened up a bundle box last week on stream. I'll probably put some shorts up later today. A couple of collector boosters, although I opened up absolute garbage with my collector boosters. Now the wait is on. Reality Fracture. Somehow next month. I think Reality Fracture is 6 weeks away, which again is so stupid to say. End of September, I think Reality Fracture is. When is it? Yeah, pre-release 25th of September. MTGO is still thinking about it. I've also as well, I've realized I might change the commander deck that I need to build for tomorrow. I did open up a Bilbo Thief in the Night, so I might make a Voltron, mono blue Voltron Bilbo deck. All right, should be loading up now. There we go. And as soon as this loads in, I'll change scenes. All right. Obviously, a big shout out to the MTGO team for the creator account. We get to try out all the things. Pretty sure with the release of The Hobbit, because Hobbit is now on MTGO, there was no new cards for Tron from what I could see. So we don't have to worry about scrambling to get any Tron cards. And then obviously in other news, Pioneer making a comeback. Pioneer RCQ starting next year. Which if anyone has been on Twitter and knows my history on Twitter, it is hilarious that we get an update about Pioneer before we get an update about some seating. Come on, MTGO. Quickly, we'll show everybody the list that I'm playing once this decides to load. I don't know why it's taking so long. All right, we in? All right, there we go. We're in. Okay, so modern. So this is the deck that I'm playing. Classic Tron list. We've got some main deck hate cards already. Disruptor Flutes, Trinispheres, Chalice of the Voids, Kozilek's Commands, Devour of Destinies, Ugins of the Storm. Top end being 1 Ulamog and 2 Emrakuls. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we do have our Khan board, where it's just singletons of everything. Apart from Disruptor Flute, which we have 2 of. And obviously, we're utilizing Khan the Great Creator to -2 and go get a piece of tech that we need. So we're going to jump into a league, and while I remember, I'm going to update the stream title because we have now interviewed top MTG Judge. We're now currently in the Spotlight practice. All right, Modern League. Playing in the Big Boy League. Let's join. Let's find us a game. All right, and just like that, we are in. I like to have my sideboard on display up here just to remind me of my options. We've got Devour, we've got a Mine, we've got a Labyrinth, we've got Chalice on 1 on turn 1. I think this is a keep. And we will show off our Devour of Destiny. Got Eldrazi Temple as well. So even happy with Emrakul on top. Actually, we just straight up want Kozilek's Command. Kozilek's Command would be amazing here. We are, okay, Brood Scale combo. So we want Disruptor Flutes, the Speak of the Devil. Yeah, I think we take Disruptor Flute here because we can just name Blade of a Blood Chief right away. I think we do that. We can also name Brood Scale as well. Hold on. MTG Brood Scale. Yeah, perhaps we... Okay, I think we're definitely taking the Disruptor Flute. That's what is happening. And then, yeah, I guess we're Labyrinth. The question is, though, do I play it now? I think we can wait. I think we can wait. Do we just go now? Blade of the Blood Chief. So now they can't activate Blood Chief and equip it to anything. And there's the Brood Scale. We could have potentially named Brood Scale, but Brood Scale, you can still just equip it and then go off that way. So we've got Ugin. I think we're just going to set up for Tron here. So we're going to play our map. Yeah, not a lot we can do here. So they're going to go get an artifact. Float the mana. Oh, okay, they got Haywire Might. It's rough. I just totally forgot that they could go and potentially do that. All right, do they have a follow-up? That is the question. Maxing Bauble, okay. Oh, they didn't attack. Yeah, we'll just get the tower. Devour Destiny doesn't help us out here. Do we just lose here? Potentially. They're still going to do it, though. Yeah, so they've got infinite now. Oh, brute scale. I should have waited. Maybe I should have waited. But then they could have equipped. Maybe I should have responded to the trigger. Oh, I don't know. So we'll bring in more disruptive flutes. Or actually, we'll take out one flute for Pithing Needle, because Pithing Needle is more flexible to cast. Or actually, no, we'll leave it in. We'll leave it in and take the other flute. Stone Brain seems excellent here as well. If we're able to pick off their combo, I think we go with that. Oh, I could have taken out Vexen Bauble, I guess. Oh, so there's a Stone Brain. Unfortunately, we don't have 2 mana spell, so or a 1-drop, so we're gonna have to mulligan this. Yeah, I guess we're keeping Chalice on 1. We'll put back Eldrazi Temple. Opponent mulls to 5. See, the problem is Chalice on 1 stops initial casts, but it doesn't stop brute scale. I mean, they've mulliganed to 5, so we just have to assume they don't have. Urza Saga, I guess. Okay, off to a good start. Kozilek's command, great. Fleshraker. Oh, nice draw. Okay, so we've got K command for 3, which is good. Rumble. There goes Blade of the Blood Sheaf. K command, so what did they take? Hey, why am I? Okay. Hey, why am I? They +1, yeah. Tron, yeah, this is what we're taking to the spotlight. I'm just missing 4 cards for the deck now. So I feel like it's just really flexible deck. Yeah, just has a lot going for it. I like the sideboard plan. Dismember's really good here. So we are taking Dismember. Devour doesn't do anything. So bottom. Top. And do we do it now? I mean, I guess. Just get rid of it. Another power plant. One, two, three, four, five. Still one away from Ugin. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, we do have Ugin. Myco Spawn. Sure. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. Okay. Fortunately, we don't have Ugin next turn. Yeah, don't have Ugin next turn. Can't cast my map. The game plan is just be a good player and don't face it. I'm hoping everybody, like, just the energy decks take out Ponza. I feel like again, I can't not play Tron just because of a single bad matchup. Oh, damn. Okay. Thief of Existence. That's annoying. Just need to draw some action now. Hey, why am I? Okay. That is not any action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could have got Ugin last turn. I didn't know I was going to draw it, so I guess, yeah, didn't matter. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can block with 1. Blood Chief. Yeah, I didn't see a single Khan this set. I think we're just getting rolled this game. So stay alive. Seems fine. Fortunately, all of their stuff is colorless, so I can't exile anything. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we want to get the tower. What have they got for me? K command? Oh, okay. I shouldn't have exiled it for mana. I mean, I've lost this game anyway. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, not enough. Literally rolled. I don't know what I could have done in that first game. I had Disruptive Flute. When was the best spot to name Disruptive Flute? Maybe I should have instead of naming the no, because he would still get Haywire Might and be able to combo off. Yeah, maybe I should have named Brood Scale. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of practice. Maybe I should have named the Brood Scale, and then he couldn't have cast it that turn. This is something. I mean, we can go and get Eldrazi Temple. I think I'm going to keep this. We've also got Chalice on 1 on turn 2 if we see something spicy happening on their side. Expedition. I got signed expedition maps. Okay, so we're against what is it called? We're against Primeval Titan. Prime Time. Does Chalice on 1 stop them? Chalice on 1 doesn't stop them. It does prevent amulets, but they can make copies of amulets, so I don't think I'm going to bother with that. I just need to get Khan out in play. Khan can shut down a lot of stuff. I think we will play Chalice on 0, though, because that will stop their Summoner's Pacts. We're going to play Chalice on 0. And last turn. Just so I can get Eldrazi Temple with the map. Sick. He is ramping me. We'll get a swamp. Okay, so we've seen that he does want to do some nonsense during his turn. So Eldrazi Temple. The win con of the other deck is they play Primeval Titan and just win the game. They attack with like a bajillion Primeval Titans. So we can set up next turn. We can get a Dampening Sphere. We can also we can get rid of this guy, which I think we're going to do that now. 1, 2, yeah. So we're going to set up cast, make some guys, exile target creature, choose target player, target me, target creature. We're going to get rid of this guy. And we're set up for next turn. So next turn we can I just realized I can play Ugin's Labyrinth on Auror's Dust. We can, yeah, get Dampening Sphere. We can get Ensnaring Bridge. We can take out one of their lands, maybe, or at least set up to do that. There's the Summoner's Pact. We might just lose the game right here. So here's the Primeval Titan. Yeah, I think we're 1 turn too late. Oh, so they're going Valakut? What are they doing? Do they? Surely they win this turn. There's no way. No way I survive, right? We can all as dust and get rid of their board. That doesn't do a lot. What are they doing? Surely they're getting the Mycosynth Garden and something else. Well, they're thinking. So much mana do we have going into our turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. We could just get the Snaring Bridge. What did they get? They just got a single land? No blocks. Primetime is a combo deck. Wait, they get Talaria West as well? It must have been Talaria West. What are they gonna search for another summoning pact? I don't know what they're doing. I honestly don't know at this point. Like, all his dust is looking pretty juicy here. They have to pay for Pact. They have 3 cards in hand. Talaria means they can do it again. We can bridge. I feel like, yeah, all his dust is probably the best play here. One, two, three. We will play a map now. Pass the turn. Pay for Pact. Four cards in hand. One of them is Talaria West. Amulet. So they're potentially going to go get another summoning pact, maybe? I mean, I do want them to use... Oh, they just have another prime time. Do we lose now? They just had one. Yeah, luckily MTG... Oh, remind you. Okay, so I think we just lose now because they've got the mirror pool. So they can create copies of prime time. They'll do this multiple times, and this is how they get a bunch of prime times. This game does have a turn clock. Top left corner. Or at least on MTGO. He's got 20. If his timer hits 0, he loses the game. So each player gets 25 minutes start of each round. That's why 25 minutes for the whole game. So you need to complete your 3 rounds, 2 to 3 rounds of Magic within 25 minutes. So yeah, I don't. So now Echoing Deep becomes a copy of Mirror Pool. It untaps. They create another prime time. And then eventually there's a land, I think, that gives everything haste. Look, last week we had a really bad league. We lost the first two games, and then we won out for the end. I mean, if you got lots of game actions to take them, right? Holy crap, we somehow got another turn. Okay. Okay, we somehow got another turn. I legitimately was not expecting that. So we will pay 2 and go complete Tron. Mine, tower, plant. Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you guys are. Because now I can just Khan. Yeah, -2 Khan. What do we get here? Surely we just get bridge, right? Bridge to stay alive. I am very surprised that we stayed alive here. So he's got to win on Valakut now. Yeah, bridges. I love this card, especially again from the Khan board. Creatures with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack. So don't forget, it goes both ways. So he's got a Mirror Pool. See, the thing is, he can still win Valakut. Talaria West. Okay, so does he? Yeah, he has Besiege you. Oh yeah, I saw. I didn't know if he had 1 or 2. He had 1 in the graveyard. We had to. I mean, that's literally what we had to do. Dampening Spheres come in. Trinispheres can stay in. Chalices can stay in. Chalices. Maybe Chalices don't have to stay in. Chalices can come out. We can bring in Battleship, maybe. Stone Brains. I feel like Trinisphere doesn't really do anything here. Yeah. Again, I thought they were sitting on one Beseiju. Like, they had one in the graveyard. They used it earlier, so I thought I was safe. But no, they just managed to get another Beseiju. And another flute to name Titan, maybe? I'm on the draw here, so maybe we take out Trinisphere and we bring in... We actually keep Chalice of the Void. Chalice of the Void for 1 is good against them. So I think we're going to do that instead. Dismembers don't really do anything here. Okay, let's do this. All right, let's try it like that. Play first, yes. Cool. We've got all the sideboard cards. I guess we need to hope for another land. If we hit another land, this hand is fine. Look, we're practicing. Let's keep and learn. Surely we're going to hit a land within top 4 cards, right? Oh no. We're not going to put any of those on top. All right, tower, map, go. All right, do we hit a land in our 5th card? Oh. Something about being lucky than good. Yeah, I guess we'll just pass here. Yeah, better to be lucky than good. I do like how not only was it a second land, it was the second piece of Tron I needed. I was digging 5 cards. Surely I would have hit something. Never punished. So we won. We've got tower, we've got plant, mine. Oh. Wow. Wow. I mean, we just do this, right? Surely. Prime. Primeval Titan. One, two, three. Also as well. Just take a photo of that for my reference. Where is their hand? I do get to check their hand, right? Search target opponents. Where is hand? Library. Okay, I guess I couldn't take from the hand. Oh well. I guess we are naming scape shift. Scape shift. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. I swear, I mean, unless I missed something, I swear I couldn't see where to take that card from his hand. Turn. Oh, I see where his hand was. It was hidden below my sideboard. It was hidden below my sideboard. Rip. Yeah, the sideboard was hiding it. That's annoying. So we can get rid of spelunking here. K command for 5. They're about to lose a land. I think we get rid of the spelunking. Do we just lose here anyway? Yeah, I thought it was odd. It was only 3 as well. I just couldn't work it out. Did they just scape shift here and win? I mean, I'm just going to concede if they scape shift. Okay, yeah. So that should not be in their hand. I can't be bothered playing. That shouldn't be in their hand. It's annoying. I should have had that game. Ah, well. I mean, at least in a proper game, it's not like they can hide their hand from me. Hey, I'm stone braining you. Where's your hand? I don't know. Maybe we need to move the sideboard over here. That is a mulligan. Hand doesn't really do much of anything. This is a better hand. Think we just put back the chalice here. Just keep vexing Bauble. Opponent mulligans to 6. We will be keeping this one, though. We are going to put back Chalice, just because we can just bauble. Yeah. Bauble does the same thing as Chalice on 0, and it can just draw us a card if we don't need it. Do we get the... ooh, Tron Mirror? Eldrazi Tron? Sowing Mycospawn. Alright, so we're against Eldrazi Tron. So we need to ramp up ASAP. Chooses Glaring Fleshraker. Mine. So we can do it for 3, so I think we're fine to just wait here. Yep, Mycospawn. K command for 3. Eugene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need a land at least. So bottom, top. Eugene seems fine here. One, 2, 3, 4. 7. Eugene. No targets. Not really any rush to... Oh, I could have kept a spawn. I just realized I could have kept a spawn. Forgot about Mindstone. All this dust does nothing. Now we just start drawing cards with Eugene, I guess. I think we will sacrifice Vex and Bauble at the end of this turn. Yeah, attacking Eugene. Got Fleshraker here. We must remember, all this dust does nothing in this matchup. We need to side it out. Thanks, Mox Mango. Appreciate you stopping by. are they doing? Myco spawn, maybe? K command. Okay. On top. Sure. Does he have delirium? Does. All right. Hey. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. We could just Ugin again and chill out. I think that's what we do. Wait. No, we don't, because I can't count. 2, 4, 6. I only have 6 mana. So in which case then we're K commanding. 4, 6. Wow, what absolute garbage. Bottom, bottom, bottom. We've played a land this turn. Bottom, bottom. Khan is fine. Like, we like Khan. So we are going to take Khan. Question is though, are we going to play him this turn? I think the answer is no, because we're going to save him. We're going to save it for Extinguisher Battleship next turn. A lot of mana. Oh. So I mean, we'll just do this now. All right, sweet. I don't think it was too bad. Obviously, you're going to sacrifice everything. Sacrifice a Mind Stone, sacrifice Abstergo. Yeah, it's going to put me down 4 lands. It's fine. I mean, if this is the turn, this is like absolutely fine. Yeah, because all I'm gonna do now is go and get my ensnaring bridge. Not attacking me with Emrakul, that's for sure. Would you like to use it? Yes, I would. One ensnaring bridge, please. Unless he's got that Eldrazi, I can remove something. There's the Flesh Raker. There's another one. Damn, that's going to be hard. Power plant. Cast that. Bottom. Got another Khan. Which we might grab. Second Khan. Have I played a land this turn? Yes, I have. Okay, go on to the bottom. 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 Do I want the Khan? Yeah, maybe. Let's keep it on top. Target. Some bauble to protect me. Don't think there's anything I want to do here. I think I'm happy to just wait. Don't tell me they're going to cast like another Emrakul. So my spawn kicked. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Extinguisher Battleship is still going to be fantastic here. Oh, another one. Losing a lot of life here. Gaining life. Play blocks. Let me just quickly check something. 1, 2, 3, 4. That pays for Khan. Oh, I'm going to be short again. I'm probably not going to have enough life left over. This requires 8. Lister maybe. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still wouldn't have had enough. So I've got to empty my hand, is the plan. So I need to get down to 1 card in hand. Ugin can gain me some life. Ugin will put me up to 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 4. Oh, I might be able to just get down. So pardon me. So we Ugin. So that's 4 mana. I can only get down to 3 cards in hand. If I Khan, that gets me down to 3 cards in hand, but I'll be on 1 life. Don't think there's a way out. Okay, Ugin. Five mana, so I can go Khan, or I can go Trinisphere. Let's play map. Map can help me block, I guess. Put me to 3 cards in hand, still attack. So still doesn't do it. Fucking hell. Yeah, I just have like extra card in hand. I don't think I can get through this. Three cards in hand. This can still attack. Yeah, let's just go to the next game. Damn, that was game one. All is dust comes out. Bring in the battleship. Vexing Bauble doesn't do anything. Run it like that. Tough games of Modern today, unfortunately. Trinisphere isn't really doing much here, but we do have K Command, which is nice. And we have Devour as well. Okay. They just dropped out, I guess. Free win? Question mark. All right. I mean, we take free wins if our opponent scoops because they think they don't got it. All right, round 4. Lost the dice roll. I mean, yeah, we keep these. Might be able to find Natural Tron off the top. And we've got K Command. First one, so we can find Unnatural Tron here. I mean, I guess. Pick map for this one. Map again. Suits me. Oh, fight rigging. Okay, we just, you know, just draw Tron. All right, so we don't lose immediately. We do thankfully have answers to the Ronus, permanent answer to the Ronus, Trudge, and a fight rigging. Green Sun. All right, double Ronus. Get rid of that one. Here comes the Trudge. They have fight rigging. I mean, I couldn't get rid of both of them. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't get rid of both of them. Feel like I don't lose. Annoying that they get both my K commands. If you can go K command, target myself to get all the spawns, and then K command, target them. Yeah, now they're just gonna stack my deck so I draw nothing. Damn. Okay. Chalice on 1 is fine. Members don't deal with Trudge. All right, let's go again. We've got Tron. We've got Tron, we've got Action. Green Sun, 4-0. So they're ramping. Whoops. All right, what do they take here? They take the Trudge. Okay. So we've got Tron. We need Tower. So I think we do a sorcery K command. Do we exile? Maybe we exile. Yeah, I think we're going to exile. And we're just going to play out one of these bad boys now. Fight rigging. All right. And we've got Ulamog next turn. Okay. That's fine with us. All right. 1-1. We are finally on the board. Actually, wait. No, this is the second time we're on the board. Like we've got stuff. I think we've got Devour Destiny, dig. K command. Yeah, I guess so. Still gonna go Eldrazi Temple though. Guess I could exile that, but I get like no value whatsoever. Khan, interesting. Getting rid of Eye of the Storm here. So we're at 4 mana for 4 mana for Devourer. We can K command for 3 and ramp us into Devourer or Khan. Ghost of Prison's annoying though. If he's got Trudge though. We can wait. Usability? Yes. If I don't, I'll have 5, 1, 6. Hmm. Bottom. Don't think we need flute at this point. Bottom. Bottom. Okay. We can get rid of fight rigging. Thank goodness. We are going to tower. Get rid of that guy. Micro spawn, that's fine. Plant. Question is, if we can't, what are we canning for? One. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 exactly. I don't want to put Khan in danger here, so we're just gonna Mindstone. Start getting in. So they can Ugin us here. Okay. Maybe they're setting up Kozilek command. I think they are. Chalice. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 6 mana. Alright, what do we even get? Liquid metal coating? But then that does nothing after Khan dies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could get the Silex to get rid of the counters, maybe? To get rid of the Eldrazi spawn. I like that. So we're getting Silex. Yep. And then this stops a K command with a bunch of mana. Also means now I can attack without fear of being K commanded in response. Do we want to though? Yes, force his hand. There's the K command. We can get Khan back with Obsturgo Entertainment as well. Wait. Why didn't I get priority back? Oh. Pretty sure I didn't click yield to return. Ugh, it is so annoying. So it costs 3. Okay, so I don't have enough to do it. All right, we need a pretty good top deck here. So what did they take? Micro spawn. Hideaway land. Okay, we did get our Tron land. That's good. Just making sure it's the right one. Down to 2. Can I... Can't win with this one. But I can... Can go get a bridge. Or liquid metal coating. No, we'll go get bridge. Alright, they need to kill Khan. Please don't tell me they have an Emrakul. Ugh. That's a pretty good one. At least he didn't realize that he could, I guess, activate Ensnaring Bridge. That would lose him the game, though, because then I would go get Walking Ballista. Chalice. 4. Two. Okay. I feel like you should just got like Pithing Needle named Ugin. Tower. She's got a bunch of lands in hand, which is obviously really annoying. Let's just, I mean, I think we should just draw a card anyway. Try and get like an answer. Like that's cool. Um, no legal targets. Bottom. 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 Top. So we're losing to an Emrakul. They have 2 cards in hand. Okay, you may sacrifice another creature. They're going to gain a bunch of life. Okay, I mean, we can still get there. Oh, I forgot to use Khan. Whoops. Would have meant that I could have got 2 procs. But it's all right. I'm going to do something a little bit more interesting. Uh, lucky. They, I'm pretty sure they know that we have Power Plant in hand. Keep the new one. Where is it? Extinguish a battleship. Draw some cards. All right, let's see what you got. Do they have another Emrakul? They probably do. Hey, command. Okay, we're safe. Seven cards to the bottom. I think we might have this one. Okay. Step brain. Emrakul. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Ooh wee! All right. It's nearly 1 o'clock. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours nearly. 4 hours. All right. I'm going to go get some lunch. We're going to finish this league. Somehow we are 2-2 in the league, which is absolutely crazy. In any case, appreciate everybody stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the interesting discussion with Judge Damien. Thank everybody for stopping by. Obviously, you can check through the VOD to see the earlier discussion. I will eventually turn these into videos for you to watch. But thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you have a wonderful day, and may your Lord of the Rings pack openings be excellent. Stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one.